gente tem um horário pra gente abrir as salas?
Abrir as salas? Como assim? De teste?
Não sei.
8 horas.
8 horas.
8 horas vão começar os testes.
Tá bom.
Por quê?
O que tá precisando aí? De demanda externa, não de técnica. Já falei ali, já soltei os cachorros ali já.
Não, deixa a gente tranquilo. Porque, bom, mais gente só vai atrapalhar. Mais gente aqui. Alô? Teste de som. Teste de som. 1, 2, 3.
Um, dois, teste, som. 1, 2, 2, som. Não tá com um pouquinho de... Não, né? É normal, assim. 1, 2, é. Quando falar, acho que muito próximo aqui, dá. Mais tranquilo aqui. Um, dois, som. 1, 2, som. 1, 2. Deixa eu ver do... 1, 2, som. 1, 2, cheque som. 1, 2, som. 1, 2, som, cheque, som.
¿La cámara no está funcionando? Ah, ¿por qué es eso? No quiero que sea así. Espera un segundo, esto es...
Bom dia. Veio que o senhor Cristian de la Maza está online.
Hola, buenos días. Soy Carlos Aravena, su secretaria viene en un momento. Estamos primero preparando la presentación y haciendo pruebas de conectividad.
Ok, se quiseres compartilhar a apresentação para vermos se está tudo ok. Bom dia.
Ok, realmente. Ok. Pero ahí.
Buenas.
Silvia Lopes, se puder, entra como... Levanta sua mão, vou mudar você para panelista e depois para intérprete.
Buenos días. ¿Se ve la presentación?
Sim, se vê a apresentação.
Voy a avanzar
Ok, pido por favor que agora cierre a apresentação, porque
Perfeito.
vamos fazer um teste com os intérpretes. E, por favor, cierre seu microfone. Por favor.
Pode ser de Flamengo? Não, Sangai. Primeiro põe o fone, depois vou mudar para ele. Ah, ok. Primeiro, priorizar, senão não sai nenhum nem outro. está preparado para después. El futuro, por ejemplo, no va a venir. Entonces, el futuro no va a venir. Tiene
Buenos días a todos. Todos los intérpretes me escuchan bien. Empezaremos por el canal inglés.
Em canal inglês agora.
Good morning. This is Garrett Bradford, English-Spanish interpreter on the English channel. Do you hear me?
Empezaremos por la señora Marcia. Señora
Sí.
Marcia, ¿me escucha bien en el canal inglés?
Sí, escuto muy bien. ¿Escuta también?
Muy bien también.
Gracias. ¿Portugués ahora?
Vamos a empezar portugués ahora. Senhora Márcia, me escuta bem? Escuto perfeitamente. Como estão as questões dos ruídos? Excelente, obrigada. Iremos para a senhora Silvia.
So on that note, do you know if you actually received a formal invite to this
Me
reception
escuta bem, Silvia?
on NIPR?
Ok,
Yes.
escuto perfeitamente. Iniciaremos agora o canal inglês com você, tá bom?
That's good.
Saiu da tela, eu posso entrar. Okay, English testing, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Good morning, Vivian. Hope we have a lovely meeting. And thank you for your support.
Thank you too. Can you hear me good? Well,
Yes, perfectly well. Can you hear me in the English channel a little louder than yesterday?
Yeah,
I added a little volume. Thank you.
thank you too. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you. Bye.
Gary, can you hear me?
I hear you. This is Garrett on the English channel. Can you hear me? Garrett on the English
I can
channel?
hear very well.
Okay, wonderful.
Vamos a cambiar para el canal español, por favor. Buenos días, Gary. Ok, ¿escucha bien? Tranquilo.
En el canal de inglés, English Channel. Okay.
Escúcheme. Sí, escucho un poco bajo. ¿Es posible? Muy mejor. ¿Puede continuar a hablar, por favor? Muy buen, muy bueno. Vamos a cambiar para inglés.
Okay, this is the English channel. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing English 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me in English?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Can you hear me very well?
I can hear you. There is a little bit of echo in the room, but I can hear you.
Okay. It's okay for you now?
It's. Yeah. Could you get a little bit closer to the microphone?
I can hear you not good.
Can you get a little bit closer to the microphone?
Yeah, it's very well now.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Señoras intérpretes, brindamos ahora nuestros testes. Si tienen alguna duda, por favor, ponen en el grupo y haremos las respuestas sin que posible. Por favor. Muchas gracias a todos y tengan un buen día.
Alô, som, teste. Teste, som. Coronel Gustavo, bom dia, me escuta? Coronel Gustavo, bom dia. Me escuta perfeitamente?
Dia, tudo bem?
Bom dia.
Te escuto perfeitamente, alto e claro. E você me escuta bem?
Bem, escuto bem. A imagem está boa, o som está bom. Doutor João Carneiro, já está a bordo? Acho que não, né? Acredito que não.
Deixa eu ver aqui, eu nem estava prestando atenção aqui, você me deu um susto aqui. Pelo que eu estou vendo, ainda não.
Buenos días a todos. Por favor, señor Cristian de la Maza, por parte del señor Cristian de la Maza, ¿quieres hacer un teste con son, con la presentación? Por favor, por la parte del señor Cristian de la Maza de Chile, ¿quieres hacer un teste con son, con la presentación, por favor? ¿Quieres hacer un ensayo? Por favor, por la parte de Contraalmirante Aureliano Rodarte. Por favor, por la parte de General Taylor, ¿quieres hacer un ensayo con son y con la presentación, por favor? Por favor, buenos días a todos. Por la parte del señor Cristian de la Maza de Chile, ¿quieres hacer un ensayo con son y con la presentación, por favor?
Christian from Chile, would you like to do a sound check?
Por favor, parte de contraalmirante Arellano Rodarte de la FIC, ¿quieres hacer un ensayo con el son y la presentación? Señor Cristian de la Maza de Chile.
Hola, buenos días. Sí, comparto pantalla.
Por favor.
So yes, I can share my screen.
Por la parte del señor Cristian de la Maza, el primero ponente del panel 1 de Chile, recomendamos que haga hasta una bandera en su presentación en fondo. Solo la recomendación.
It's advisable to have the flag from your country in your presentation. To have a flag in the presentation is what you're saying?
Por la parte del señor Cristian de la Maza, ¿me escuchas? ¿Me estás escuchando?
Can you hear me?
¿Me escucha usted? ¿Aló?
La recomendación, claro, solo una recomendación es que haya una bandera de su país o su organización en fondo. Solo una sugerencia para que lo reconozcan.
Ok, le voy a decir al subsecretario para considerarlo. ¿Están viendo la presentación ahí?
Sí, estoy viendo la presentación. Parece que el son está un poco bajo.
El volumen.
La presentación está perfecta. Perfecta. ¿Puedes hablar alguna cosa en audio?
Ahora sí, estoy subiéndole el volumen, no sé si me escucha bien ahí.
Sí, mejor ahora.
Ya, sí,
gracias.
Está un poco bajo el volumen.
Por favor, por la parte de contraalmirante Arellano Rodarte de la FIC, ¿hay alguna persona para hacer un ensayo con el son y la presentación?
Sí, buenos días, buen día. Good morning, por allá.
Buenos días.
Cambio. ¿Me escuchan bien?
Sí. ¿Puedes hacer un ensayo con la presentación?
Ok, ahora en un momento, permítame. Buenos días, ¿qué tal? ¿Se puede ver bien ahí?
Sí, es perfecto. ¿Puedes colocar en modo presentación, por favor?
Sí. ¿Qué tal ahí? ¿Está bien?
Gracias. Muy bien. Gracias. Muchas gracias.
Perfecto, a la orden. Buen día. Nos vemos después.
Por favor, por la parte de General Taylor, de Colegio Interamericano de Defensa, ¿hay alguna persona para hacer un ensayo de son y presentación?
Yes, hi, good morning. This is Staff Sergeant Felix. If you don't mind holding 1 second, I think the slide is still projecting for the previous person. I'm not able to. I think the person that's still projecting, I'm not able to share the presentation just yet. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, sorry about it. You guys don't get stuck here, but it's fine. ¿Ya se ve bien?
How about now? Can you see the slide, sir?
Gracias. Muy bien. Gracias. Por favor, por la parte de la señora Alison Treppel, de la OEA, ¿hay alguna persona para hacer un teste con son y con la presentación?
Sí, buenos días.
Buenos días.
Sí, para verificar la presentación, voy a compartir pantalla. Permítame. Ok. ¿Sí se puede ver la pantalla?
Gracias, el son está muy bien, la pantalla muy bien. Muchas gracias.
Ok, perfecto.
Entonces estamos listos para el primer bloque.
Sí, para el primer bloque. La señora Allison está en otro evento ahora.
Sí.
Entonces se va a incorporar como a las 9:20, 9:30.
Perfecto, perfecto.
Ajá.
Gracias, muchas gracias.
Oye, mira que el nombre que está en la señora Alison Treppel es de Coronel Mayer. Hay que cambiarlo.
Sí, ahora lo cambio.
Gracias, muchas gracias.
Gustavo, quer fazer pequeno teste ou não é necessário?
Bom, o teste é basicamente do áudio, se está funcionando bem, né? E da imagem. Acho que está ok. E aqui eu estou treinado aqui com a leitura. Ok?
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, senhor.
Por favor, por la parte de señora Alison Treppel de la OEA, ¿puedes hacer un nuevo ensayo de son en la presentación, por favor?
Sí, claro. Sí, ahora estoy proyectando.
¿Puedes pasar las láminas, por favor?
Ok.
Sí. ¿Puedes sacar la presentación, por favor? Sacar la presentación.
Sí, no se estaba mostrando la presentación.
Muchas gracias, muchas gracias.
Ok,
Gracias.
Não se está escutando? Falando em português.
Teste, som. Tem alguém na escuta?
Bom dia a todos. Gostaria de fazer teste do som aqui do Condecibem. Pergunto se me escutam. Bom dia a todos.
Bom dia.
Teste.
Me escuta agora?
Agora sim. Ok. Só para fazer o teste aqui do Condecibem.
Vocês vão apresentar desse ponto?
Não. Já estamos indo para o PC do General Weber.
Ok. Tá ok. Obrigado.
É só teste.
Obrigado.
Estamos transferindo já.
Teste de som ok. Se quiser colocar a apresentação, fica à vontade.
os 3 áudios.
Aqui você tem que checar. Essa é a cabine em inglês, tá vendo? Inglês. 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 Não, isso confunde. Tem inglês, inglês e vermelho. Para ir para os rádios. Aí aqui.
Bom dia, Coronel Maier. Queria fazer um teste da apresentação do General Weber com Deciber.
Ok. Tá, tem que fazer alguma apresentação, alguma coisa?
Sharing the information, they need to consider, has this been shared before by another organization? Also, they need to consider the risk in sharing that information. Now, the agency that's receiving that information, they might have some questions about the integrity or trustworthiness of the information. So they need to think about the what. They need to think about how much should be shared and how. This process means that we need to adopt several criteria in terms of the type of information that we share and how we share it, be it, with priority or in an urgent manner. All of this must go hand in hand with the will of all parties and, of course, ethical principles that will help foster the trust between all countries. The experience has shown that cyber defense, for cyber defense, cooperation is fundamental. These threats do not have any borders, so we need to act together as countries in the region. There could be a cyber attack on one of our neighboring countries, and the next second you'll see it in another one. So here we need to be open and we need to have trust without putting aside all of our bilateral or multilateral agreement that we have already signed for cooperation. It's also important for cyber defense that we need to have the capacity to share information. That doesn't mean that we need to share classified information. On the contrary, most of the parties that are sharing information, the information that is shared is open information that is public or of public knowledge. So if you share a list of threats and how to counter those threats, that could really help other countries. So let's talk about communication. Another challenge of regional cyber defense is to have the right means or channels to share the information. While we do have several barriers, such as language, doctrine, and even organizational, it is important to have a common channel to share this communication. In this sense, at this forum, we have promoted communication in different ways, which I will share with you today. I will also comment on the different alternatives to use this in the future or to see if there is a feasible cooperation between the Inter-American Defense Board and the FIC. We know that there is a network for Army, for Navy communications, and I know this network uses standardized methods to share communications, and it's been founded for over 50 years now. The trust and the will are fundamental elements for cooperation. As I've mentioned at the beginning of this conference, trust is important. This is the key or cornerstone that will allow us to be open and to provide mutual support. We also need to define how important is it that we cooperate and how much can we cooperate. And this is all part of the things that need to be defined by those that are members of these organizations. So we need to work in order to make sure that we have a well-sustained and cooperation that is well laid out. We have had relevant events in terms of cooperation hosted by FIC. At the beginning of October, we had one where Mexico hosted the HackMex conference in October 2021. And at the end of that month, we also had another event called Ciberon, that is the Ibero-American Summit on Cybersecurity and Cyber Defense in Colombia. Both initiatives were important to foster cooperation among the different member states. These are some of the examples, and while we have different mechanisms to share information in terms of cyber defense, it is important that all members of these organizations have or show the will to contribute. So what is required to have good communication? So we need to define what is the level, the security level for this information. Is it tactical? And also, we need to understand the technical or tactical language that will be common to all. Also, at the strategic and operational levels, we need to understand that we need to standardize the structure of our messages or information to be shared. So in order to select the right tool to encourage communication or information sharing, we need to remember the following requirements: privacy, security for this channel, flexibility in terms of what is filtered, the structure, a standardization of language, and taking into account all these requirements to date, FIC has used the institutional email among points of contacts and for administrative coordinations. And for the MISP, this platform has been used for the exchange of information among the different member states of FIC. This platform has been co-financed by the European Union. It's a software that is free. It's open sourced and is used to share, store, and correlate the different indicators that point towards potential attacks in terms of cyber terrorism. The characteristics, there are different flags or indicators of data that has been compromised. They have an engine for automatic correlation. They have flexible data. They have the automatic exchange of information or data, and the immediate availability of data. The access to this platform, well, this allows for us to access the information on different malwares, and we can do it through a web interface or through an API REST. It can be just for the organization or for a community or all communities that are linked to it. So that means that we can we can have the information stored in different compartments. Some of the organizations that use this platform is NATO, also the Computer Incident Response Center in Luxembourg, and we also have the Computer Incident Response Center for Civil Society, and Cybersecurity Sharing and Analytics. The Cybersecurity Sharing and Analytics was founded by different German companies to create this alliance or partnerships and face the challenges that we have in terms of cybersecurity. The advantages of this platform is that we can conduct intelligence-related work. We can detect the hardware that has been infected immediately, and we can prevent future attacks. So we believe that this is a very important tool for cybersecurity and cyber defense center. Other tools that are available and that can help in information exchange and sharing are the following. This is like an encyclopedia on the malicious actors and the potential attacks that they could have. It's been developed by NIST. It's opened and it's available in different languages. It's available on the web. So NIST is the National Institute of Standards and Technology in the US. That is their website. And they have guidelines, best practices, and other resources that are used by the US federal agencies and the public at large. OVAL, it's open language, open source type of platform. And the idea is to standardize how to assess the different status of computer systems. ENISA, this has been promoted by the agency that promotes network security from the European Union. They help us to identify incidents under an organized structure. So finally, we can say that there are tools that allow us to maintain cooperation and the exchange of information. While technology allows us to exploit all of its advantages, there is also risk. And the risk we need to address by having coordinated cyber defense activities. Since we're defending cyberspace, then we need to navigate in through the different options to have coordinated activities and always to preserve peace, not only in the region, but worldwide. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Rear Admiral
Now I'll
Arellano
give the floor to
Rodarte. Now we'll give the floor
Mr.
to
James Taylor, Director of the Inter-American Defense College,
Inter-American Defense College, and
with
we
whom
have the
I had the
pleasure
honor
of
to work under. He
listening
will
to his
make
presentation on
his presentation
Hemispheric
on
Cooperation
Hemispheric Cooperation in Cyber
in
Domain.
cyber domain.
You have the floor.
the cyber incident management functions that your organization has. And so with that, I finish up and I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Alison Treppel, Mr. Volker. Now I offer the floor to Cornel Araújo, who is going to be guiding the Q&A part of the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the questions addressed to the panelists of the first panel. Due to time restraints, I request the speakers to answer the questions in 2 minutes. All questions will be actually placed in Portuguese. The first one is addressed to Chris de la Maza, the Undersecretary for Defense in Chile. The question is from somebody in the armed forces in Colombia. The legal system in Chile has very effective mechanisms to mitigate cyber attacks that manipulate public opinion via social media to generate attacks to those institutions. My question is, the legal system in Chile, does it have any
across all countries in the world, in the free world, that is? There's a lot that we need to take this on to address these issues. We need human resources, we need education, because that is the first filter that fake news can pass through. The person who's receiving that information, that person has to be able to decide, is that true or not? Second, mechanisms that we have, well, they're not very efficient because right now we don't have a legal instrument, and we would love to work together in cooperation to establish such legal instruments to take on fake news or those who are using information for illegitimate purposes. So there's always the freedom of press, freedom of expression on one hand, versus privacy, versus false information that is producing activities or behavior of people in society that are ill-directed. And on the technical side of things, when it comes to protection of people working on networks, in using their email, malware has to be addressed. And we have to combat across all society disinformation that affects all of us.
The second question is actually by the Brazilian Navy and is addressed to Rear Admiral Aureliano Rodarte from FICI. The information provided by the member states of the OAS actually lead to a low-level integration on cybersecurity among these countries and the use of cyberspace. Which measures do you believe that should be adopted by confidence-building measures among countries in this regard?
Are held accountable. And what is at issue is the ability to protect and safeguard information. And that was mentioned very well in the superb presentation by Admiral Rodarte. The public is concerned about the security of their mechanisms and the information and their response processes. And the private corporation is concerned about their profit margins. And we need each of them to agree that they will be respectful and protect the information that is necessary. And if we can overcome that, then there can be a good partnership between private and public institutions and ensure that everybody works together to address these threats. It is going to be important to do this in the future because we do not want to ever provide a safe haven for these malign actors in the cyber domain. And we know from the Sony attack that we can never just say this is only an issue for private corporations or this is only an issue for public.
Singular strategy. No, we take it on country by country. Thank you so much.
I thank all the panelists, and now I offer the floor to Colonel Gustavo. Thank you, Colonel Araújo. Now, moving on, we are going to the second panel. The second panel was subdivided in two parts, panel 2A and 2B, both addressing the same topic as mentioned in the introduction, military cooperation with the government and private sector regarding cyber defense. This cooperation goes beyond critical infrastructure that obviously, whenever they are compromised, they actually can paralyze the country, as we've seen in the Estonia and Ukraine situations. But there is a
estrutura científico-tecnológica
and the scientific technological sector to enable greater capacity in cyber defense. General Intini, you have the floor.
Well, thank you. I understand that you can see my presentation. Regards to all participants and panelists that are present here today, I congratulate you on this initiative as one activity for cooperation and also an opportunity to meet with the people that we work with on a regular basis, especially within the work frame of the Inter-American Forum. So this presentation will be based on one of the specific pillars for developing our capacities, which is the interaction between the state in terms of research and development and the production capacity that we have internationally. So thinking about this in terms of knowledge, the expansion is what makes this need to know more, to develop, to innovate. And what it shows is that there is great expansion in terms of education and teaching and in terms of this particular field. So if we think about it from the standpoint of cyber defense, this will help us find a very dynamic kind of structures and the business structures, especially when it comes to knowledge management. So when we look at this triangle, which has knowledge management at the center, not only do we see the capacity to produce information and convey information, which is something that can happen at the national level or internationally based on the different agreements that we subscribe. This scheme allows us to contribute to the work that is being done in terms of cyberspace work for the different critical infrastructures. Those infrastructures that are supporting the societies that we live in. We know that these infrastructures are part of companies, whether they're public company, state-owned companies or private companies. And all of these structures are subject to innovation, scientific and technological resources and structures. So it is very important
pensando
that we
que estamos intentando
provide education, and every time that we're building new skills or thinking about the new possibilities that we can develop within this cyberspace, we must consider this. Now, thinking about how these structures with their own idiosyncrasy or their own standards, but I guess we have common grounds through which we can develop all of those tools that we need in this particular area of knowledge. Now, the institutional system to plan, promote, and coordinate and encourage research. We need to have all of the administrative and legal tools, of course, or frameworks within every country to make this possible. And of course, we need to have the economic and financial resources to enable this type of development. So the development needs to be in terms of knowledge or also in terms of production when it comes to this particular topic. I also feel that it's very important in this regard to highlight the fact that the flow of funds or the funding of the different sectors is what's going to actually drive that engagement towards this type of activities. But in these interactions, we also need to consider how do we protect the different critical infrastructures that are part of that triangle. I don't know if you can see my slides. Can you? Yes, we can see them. Okay, so my presentation has two main pillars. One is to talk about the progress that we've had in terms of the internal cooperation between the different stakeholders that we have in Peru in terms of cyberspace. And the other pillar has to do with a proposal for cooperation among different countries, which we would like to assess. Excuse me, General, but your presentation was already there. Is not there anymore. We can only see you. Can you hear me?
Todavía no se puede ver.
¿Se puede ver? A ver. Retiro. ¿Ahora lo pueden ver?
Can you see it now? Yes. Now we can see it. Thank you so much, General. I thank you. My apologies for that. Well, as I said before, my presentation has two parts. One is what we have already heard in terms of all the different stakeholders that we have in this country and in our country. And two, it's a proposal for the different countries. So the agenda, I'm going to go briefly through that. So here, cooperation goes hand in hand with engagement. And when I say engagement, it's important to highlight that even today, especially in this virtual space, that we need to have our personal knowledge, and this engagement should not be excluding anybody, but we need to somehow select the key stakeholders that somehow have developed a niche within cyberspace, and we want to provide them with the right cybersecurity. For this, I think that we could try to focus on selecting and focusing on these stakeholders, and then do the same work that we did in Peru, where we revisited everything. We assessed how we have been making progress in terms of our digital transformation, and simultaneously we assessed how is it that we have been perceiving cybersecurity, or how do we see ourselves. So from the beginning, we started with one centralized system, hardware, software, access to different elements, and we're working in silos. And so we were not thinking about cybersecurity or defense. It was more like every man for himself. Then we started looking at the security of the different perimeters and how we needed to interconnect our systems and how the systems were distributed and
participates of the defense intelligence system, contributing with cyber defense, which is called the Guardião Cibernético or Cyber Defender 3.0. These are the slides, and 70 organizations, over 350 participants and observers, international organizations, you can see on the left. sector, power sector, water, transportation, and airlines like TAM and other airlines, banking sector, Banco Itaú, Santander, Central Bank, Caixa Econômica, Bradesco, etc. The nuclear sector, telecommunications, we had the Vivo, Claro, TIM, those are all communications companies, telecompanies, and we have the Air Force Institute, the ITA, the Engineering Institute, the defense sector with Army, Navy, and Air Force, and associate agencies that actually supported our exercises, which means that any problem that we incurred, they could actually receive advice from these associate organizations or agencies that were actually available during our exercise. So it was quite interesting to have this wide range of participants. Then we have the virtual simulation, as you can see. We had the visit, we received the visit of 16 observers from 9 countries who came to observe the exercise. Here, our foreign participants visiting our cyber center. And finally, I offer you the availability of international training in cyber defense for officers of friendly nations. And the end of the year, we're going to be offering this training all the way to December 10. You can have a scholarship or some kind of internship in our physical installations close to the Condesir. So this is basically what we do. We have a joint operational command that's permanently activated with the capability to actually act with inter-agencies. I thank you very much for the opportunity, and I send you a Brazilian hug to all the participants. I'm at your I am at your disposal. Thank you, General Weber. I now offer the floor to Coronel Araújo, who is going to be moderating the Q&A pertaining to the first part of this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the questions to the panelists of second panel, panel 2-8. Due to time restraints, I beg all the speakers to respond each question in the maximum of 2 minutes. First question was actually by the Institutos of Altos Estudos del Ecuador, and it's addressed to General Aníbal Incini of Argentina. How do you see the so-called C union, government, industry, and academia? Could it be used as integration of all the countries of the hemisphere in the cyber defense field?
It's a virtuous model that we have in terms of the investigation research centers we have. And it allows us to respond to the necessities in terms of cyber defense that come up. The needs really that in this area come up, and we can interact with everybody from various countries in implementing the production of best practices and have a fluid movement between different agencies and countries. Well, really, in this issue, we are seeing several things come up. In the information systems industry, there are issues specifically related to software. There's not a need for massive infrastructure investment, but what we really need is training for around human capital and investment in things like software. And the rapid implementation of technology that can take on the level of threats and issues we're seeing and take them on aptly and correctly as is required by each country. And you know, as was mentioned, cyber defense systems can be put into place, but that has to be done with technology and working with the development centers and really integrate this system to align them up and really look at capacity building.
Thank you for your reply. Now, the second question is addressed to General Souza Guevara of Peru, and it was actually posed by the Instituto Superior de la República Dominicana. General, what are the lessons learned that could be shared regarding cyber defense cooperation, both pertaining to the armed forces as well as for private companies?
Thank you so much. That's really interesting. First, I believe when in cyberspace we're facing the threats that we're seeing, it could be an ad looking at some weaknesses in society. They induce people to take action, and they take advantage of weaknesses, and that is a threat in itself, because it can't be conventionally classified as a threat. And we have to respond to that with a comprehensive response and respond to all the actors in cyberspace. That could be the police, from a bank, judges, the state's attorneys. There has to be this holistic, comprehensive understanding of what we are doing to take on these issues. And together, seeing these cyber attacks against us, we have to go beyond just the government. We can't leave a single stakeholder out in coming to solutions, coming up with solutions. Why is fake news successful? Well, it takes advantage of people. So we have to comprehensively, across the board, be consolidated and working together in forming our solutions and responses to these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Last question was posed by Admiral Rabelo from the board, and it's actually addressed to General Weber in Brazil. The Guardião 3.0, the Brazilian exercise is very impressive. The board is actually trying to coordinate with the Secretary of Defense of the Americas an exercise, an inter-American exercise aiming to promote more collaboration, cooperation in the hemisphere. How do you see this initiative? Thank you for your question, Admiral Rabelo. I see it as a very valuable initiative, which will provide great impact to all the countries. Whenever we conduct an exercise, it enables us to become aware of new tools, to get to know other modus operandi in the sector. And I believe that this is actually a very important initiative that we should support. We are going to move forward in this direction, as the whole world is doing that, since mentioned with the Lock Shield exercise by NATO, hence our full support to this initiative. I consider it being very important to all our countries. Thank you. Thank you, General Weber. We thank all the speakers for your brilliant presentations and your responses. Now I offer the floor to the moderator, Colonel Gustavo. Thank you, Colonel Araújo. And to conclude the morning panels, we now start with the 2B, and we actually recall all the speakers to not exceed 2 minutes. And by the end of the panels, 15 minutes to each panel presentation and 2 minutes for the Q&A. Now I offer the floor to General Villa Vargas, the commander of the Operations Center of Mexico, who will be making a presentation on cooperation, national and international cooperation in cyber defense. General Villa Vargas, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation. A joy to be here with you. Pleasure, and we are cordially extending our greetings to men and women and everyone internationally and nationally that are participating, and the Secretary of the American Defense Board for having us here. I'm here to show you what we are doing in Mexico at the national level to combat cyber crime and to establish cyber defense in our operations here. What we do, looking to integrate more entities in this network of cooperation. I'm gonna share my screen with you. Can you see what I'm sharing on screen right now? Perfectly. Excellent. It may be obvious, but I'd like to start off with some definitions to be able to really have the context about what we're talking about here. In terms of cyber defense actions, resources, and mechanisms, this is what we're doing to take on, prevent, identify, and neutralize cyber attacks. The cyberspace is the environment, the intangible environment that stretches across the globe that hosts technology, information, communications, in which entities in the public, private, and general public can interact. And this is all underneath the Navy. The Navy is what is looking at these different areas in Mexico. This is the cybernetic space that we're speaking about. When it comes to cyber defense, it's the capacity for a nation state to take its actions, resources, mechanisms in terms of security and defense at the national level to cyberspace to prevent, identify, and neutralize cyber threats and attacks, and have an integrated strategy across the country. And so, as we've seen in the presentations before, cyber attacks, cybercrime doesn't respect any type of borders, national boundaries. And when we talk about conventional war acts, from our point of view, has to have two essential factors: how war is carried out and what are the conventional operations for carrying out that war. Now, speaking to cooperation between states, there's sporadic, there's an intermittent actions taking against critical infrastructure that is supported by technology, information and communications technology. This can be actions that are supported by state groups, criminal groups, terrorists, and many other bad actors. You know, we also have hackers. And to secure critical information structure in of the Mexican state, there needs to be collaboration with national and international organizations to take this on. So let's talk about national cooperation. So that is the domestic level in Mexico. So when the teledefense strategy was initiated, we started working with the Navy here in Mexico, between Sedena and Marina, to create the joint strategy between Sedena and Semar on cyber defense. Both organizations and the institutions underneath those two different entities, together, hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, an organization that is specifically looking at assessing information and cybersecurity and cyber defense security, specifically within the context of how those activities impact national security here in Mexico. Through policy development at a general level and specific level, changing norms, whatnot, with technical information that is changing and evolving, we went across the public sector looking for partners, but of course, in different ways, we also looked for ways to integrate other institutions from the public sector, from the academic sector, and of course, the three levels of government here in Mexico: local, state, and national. And it was very much useful in looking for that dynamic and establishing a security virtuous circle that we were looking for.
And precisely because those threats in cyberspace cannot be dealt with by a single organization, that's why we're seeking cooperation. One of the main sources of cooperation that we have here in Mexico are the ones that we get from the telecom companies here in Mexico. We have TV Azteca, Telemex, Grupo Salinas, and we also work with the Instituto Politécnico Nacional as well as the Universidad Autónoma de Mexico, always seeking that cooperation, the partnerships that will allow us not only to strengthen the technical capacities of our national secretariat, but also that will allow us to have that exchange or that synergy that will allow us to provide or to have more robust capacities. So, based on all this, we're also looking to create ways to train more specialists on this particular subject matter. Now, for the international scope, one of the main partners for Mexico is obviously Northcom from the US. and the OAS and what we have discussed before, the Inter-American Forum for Ibero-American Forum for Cyber Defense. And through these three different pillars, we try to get the information that we need, but also information that we're able to share, not only in the different forums that we engage with, but also seeking more cooperation, be it cooperation that's coming into Mexico or always finding bilateral new bilateral agreements with other forces, always aiming for real-time cooperation in real time. Of course, this will allow us to take the necessary actions that will allow us to provide the necessary protection in due time to avoid the effects of major cyber attacks or cyber threats. Now, specifically talking about the activities that we carry out with the maritime authorities, we need to have that joint strategy for cyber defense. We also try to foster new proposals to enhance our legal framework, not only to provide the necessary legal support for all the actions that we conduct as armed forces in cyberspace, but also to provide the legal mechanisms to fight the misuse of technology in cyberspace. One of the points that we worked on quite successfully was the glossary for terms, for terminology from Sedena Marina that actually provides a framework so that we can all have an understanding, not just of what is contained or addressed in both secretariats, but it's also good so that other bodies or agencies can see how we understand this terminology. How is it that we understand cyberspace and all the technology that goes along with it? So based on this joint work, we have participated quite actively in engaging in all the different strategies that are being developed in terms of this in Mexico. Now, the relevant activities that we have engaged in, looking for that cooperation or seeking that cooperation, and to have to develop more technical capacities for our staff. We have had exchange with different experts. We have allowed for technical staff to do that and through a platform, and we share that information later on with other partners. We have delivered specialized training, basic training, and advanced training in terms of cybersecurity. Lately, we have also participated in the Forum for Cyber Defense, Ibero-American Forum for Cyber Defense held in Colombia. That was a very important meeting, and I believe we all really got a handle on the subject, and we also leveraged from the experience of other teams that have more know-how in this subject matter than we do. In terms of collaboration, Mexico has been able to accomplish through these different forums internationally several important partnerships, especially the forums that we have held with the cooperation of Spain and Portugal. We have been able to developed all of these partnerships that have helped us foster this. Finally, I would like to reiterate that it's important that we continue with these efforts regardless of the forum, as long as we have that spirit to share and to safeguard the technological and cyber spaces for countries, our region, and specifically the Americas, which is the region where we are collaborating and protecting at this moment. This is all from my end. Thank you very much. I'm ready for any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, General Villavargas. Now I invite Brigadier General Serânio Cevallos, Cyber Defense Command of the Joint Command of the Armed Forces of Ecuador, to talk to us about cybersecurity and cyber defense in Ecuador. Can I channels, Senhor General Cevallos, you have the floor.
Buenos días, ¿me copian?
Can you hear me?
Buenos días, Brigadier General Celiano Ceballos, comandante del Comando de Ciberdefensa de las Fuerzas Armadas del Ecuador. Les saluda.
This is
Llegar un saludo fraterno.
General Celiano Ceballos, Commander of Cyber Defense from Ecuador. I would like to convey the regards of my superiors and all the other members of the Armed Forces of Ecuador, and the special regards to those colleagues that are part of the Cyber Defense Forum. For me, it's a pleasure to share the experience that we've had in terms of cybersecurity and cyber defense in Ecuador, especially in terms of the coordination and cooperation with the public and private agencies, as well as international and local organizations for cyber defense. The interpreter regrets to inform that the audio quality for General Ceballos is not adequate for an accurate and complete rendition, so I do apologize in advance for any inconveniences this might cause. So, when we look at the overall scheme for cybersecurity in Ecuador, in 2013, we started with the first government scheme for security, for information security, based on the ISO standard, and it referred to the use of the internet for all users. Now, in 2014, we created the ECUCERT, which was the first forum for incident response and security teams. In 2014, also, through a ministry accord, we created the system for cyber defense, and we created the command for cyber defense, integrated by different members of the armed forces. In 2018, the regulatory agencies for telecom providers issued a technical norm to coordinate the management and incidents of vulnerabilities that could affect the security of telecommunication services. In 2020, there was a second version of that law and adhering to ISO standards. At the end of 2020, the Joint Command for Armed Forces, as part of its competencies, led 23 bodies and created the military manual for cyber defense operations. In May of this year, the Ministry of Telecommunications issued the policy on cyber defense and also the political guideline for cyber defense. In the end of 2021, May 2021, we issued the law for the data protection in our country. As part of national cybersecurity policy, Ecuador defines national cybersecurity, as the way to protect the people, their assets, their property, information and essential services against risks and threats that are identified in cyberspace. So cybersecurity will allow to protect society from cyber threats, create trust in the use of the internet, and foster the economic development and social development based on the use of IT technology and telecommunications. This national policy for cybersecurity Excuse me, this is the interpreter. I do apologize for the inconvenience, but the audio of the speaker is not adequate for a complete and accurate rendition. Again, my apologies for any inaccuracies. We have the This committee is in charge of articulating all of the different elements, policies, and strategies at the national level in terms of cybersecurity. The second pillar has to do with information's IT systems for management of different incidents. This is to manage the different IT incidents, and there is a response team from Ecuador and ECUCERT, and all of the different public and private entities that are engaged in the response. The third pillar has to do with protecting critical infrastructure, digital critical infrastructure and essential services. And obviously the main stakeholders are the operators of these structures together with the Ministry of Telecom. And together with the armed forces, or law enforcement, they will support this pillar. The fourth pillar has to do with sovereignty and defense. Here we have the Ministry of National Defense with the armed forces, since cyberspace is the fifth space where we can conduct defense operations for the security of the state. The fifth pillar is a public and citizens' safe security, protecting the rights and liberties, and it's the remediation, and it's the way that the different IT or cyberspace related crimes are addressed. The sixth pillar has to do with diplomacy in cyberspace and international cooperation.
fortalecer la seguridad de información en los servicios exteriores. El responsable de este pilar
We see that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is in charge of this pillar. And finally, we have the culture and education of cybersecurity. They're trying to foster a culture of cybersecurity in Ecuador. Now, moving forward with my presentation, I would like to share this slide to share the difference between cybersecurity and cyber defense. Cybersecurity is a set of measures that is meant to prevent, avoid, and minimize the potential harm to networks and IT systems. And the focus is to protect and recover our own IT networks, while cyber defense has to do with our organized and prepared capacity to fight in cyberspace, and these are activities that are related to defense, offense, and intelligence.
Mediante acuerdo ministerial, el Ministerio de Telecomunicaciones.
This is the interpreter. I do apologize, but the audio of the speaker is insufficient for a complete and thorough and accurate interpretation. Interpretation will resume once the audio issues have been resolved. I do apologize. Thank you for your time.
Para todas las instituciones de la Administración Pública Central que dependen de la función ejecutiva, dentro de la cual se encuentra igual el sector de la defensa, las Fuerzas Armadas. Y obviamente este esquema contiene algunas guías para la implementación de controles, implementación de gestión de riesgos, de auditorías, etcétera, que busca, en otras palabras, fortalecer los sistemas informáticos propios ante ataques cibernéticos, es decir, protegerlos. Y dentro de los beneficios que se busca obtener con la implementación de este esquema es la reducción de riesgos de pérdida, robo o integridad de información sensible de las instituciones. Asimismo, pues, la revisión de controles continuos de los riesgos y amenazas que existirían dentro de las instituciones públicas. Por otra parte, plantear estándares mínimos de seguridad dentro de las adquisiciones de productos y servicios tecnológicos que tienen que implementarse en las instituciones y finalmente pues garantizar la continuidad de los servicios tras sufrir un incidente de seguridad informática. De la misma manera, cómo recuperarse de incidentes informáticos o ataques cibernéticos, igual dentro del sector de la defensa, las Fuerzas Armadas cuentan con su CECIR, que obviamente va madurando, y dentro de la última estrategia que les comentaba de la ciberdefensa está ya a corto plazo la creación de unidades de ciberdefensa en cada una de las fuerzas, es decir, en nuestra fuerza terrestre, en nuestra fuerza naval, en nuestra fuerza aérea, y estas unidades pues contendrán o crearán los CECIR posiblemente más básicos que tengan la capacidad de gestionar los incidentes informáticos en cada una de las fuerzas. Y si escala pues o sobrepasa sus capacidades, escalará a la intervención del CECIR o SER de Fuerzas Armadas, obviamente en coordinación con el ECUSER para gestionar los incidentes que puedan darse en el sector de la defensa. Les comentaba que el sistema de ciberdefensa igual fue modificado su estructura mediante un acuerdo ministerial de este año y obviamente también contiene estos cambios dentro de la estrategia de ciberdefensa, donde se crean 3 niveles de la ciberdefensa. El nivel político estratégico, que depende del Ministerio de la Defensa, tiene como funciones ejercer la rectoría y direccionamiento político estratégico de la ciberdefensa. Asimismo, gestionar la ciberdefensa mediante coordinaciones intergubernamentales e institucionales, así como gestionar la cooperación internacional en este ámbito. En nivel y estratégico militar, la responsabilidad tiene el Comando Conjunto de las Fuerzas Armadas y las funciones ya dentro de toda la planificación militar que realiza, dentro de todos sus planes militares, ya debe considerar al ciberespacio como un nuevo ambiente operacional, es decir, este quinto dominio. Ya en el nivel operacional, ya les comentaba, está el Comando de Ciberdefensa, que tiene las tareas de proteger la infraestructura crítica digital de Fuerzas Armadas, cumplir ciberoperaciones a fin de contribuir a la misión que le designan los diferentes planes, el Comando Conjunto de las Fuerzas Armadas, así como apoyar a la protección de la infraestructura crítica digital y servicios esenciales del Estado. Y finalmente, como les decía, ya estamos en el proceso de crear las unidades de ciberdefensa de las fuerzas con la tarea de ejecutar operaciones de ciberseguridad, es decir, defensa pasiva para proteger y recuperar las redes informáticas propias de cada fuerza que los necesita para el cumplimiento de sus operaciones dentro de los planes de empleo. Es decir, nosotros acá en el Ecuador, las tareas de ciberseguridad, digamos, de las operaciones de ciberdefensa pasivas o, como se les conoce, operaciones de ciberseguridad, están descentralizadas en las fuerzas, mientras que el resto de la gama de ciberoperaciones como de exploración y respuesta están centralizadas en el Comando de Ciberdefensa. ¿Cómo se aplica esto dentro de las Fuerzas Armadas? El Comando Conjunto de las Fuerzas Armadas tiene un Estado Mayor operacional, es decir, las divisiones de personal, de inteligencia, de operaciones, logística, comunicaciones y operaciones de la información. Dentro de este Estado Mayor, el que lleva el centro de gravedad es la Dirección de Operaciones, que asesora al comandante en el empleo de las fuerzas, es decir, en la planificación, conducción y empleo de las Fuerzas Armadas. Para este propósito dispone de un director de operaciones terrestres, un director de operaciones navales, un director de operaciones aéreas y se está creando un director de operaciones de ciberdefensa. Como podemos ver en los ámbitos tradicionales de empleo o dominios, en el dominio terrestre, obviamente las operaciones terrestres la cumple nuestro ejército ecuatoriano, en el dominio marítimo lo cumple nuestra Fuerza Naval, operaciones marítimas, en el espacio aéreo y el espacio exterior, cuando se disponga capacidades, lo cumple nuestra Fuerza Aérea, y en el ciberespacio cumple una Fuerza Ciberespacial que para este propósito es el Comando de Ciberdefensa. Como pueden ver, todos dependen altamente de redes informáticas, por lo cual tienen también a su vez la tarea de cumplir las operaciones de ciberseguridad, es decir, de proteger y recuperar las redes informáticas propias. Proteger cómo, implementando los esquemas gubernamentales de seguridad de la información que les había comentado, y recuperar cómo a través de los equipos de respuesta de seguridad informática. Mientras que ya las tareas y toda la gama de operaciones de ciberdefensa las cumple la Fuerza Ciberespacial, en este caso, como les decía, el Comando de Ciberdefensa, a más de las operaciones de defensa, pues las de exploración y las de respuesta, es decir, ya busca pues tener un grado de control del ciberespacio a través de la ejecución de operaciones militares o ciberoperaciones. Dentro de este contexto, el Comando de Ciberdefensa es un comando operacional que depende directamente del Comando Conjunto de las Fuerzas Armadas. Dispone de una unidad de apoyo administrativo que le permite solventar todas las demandas administrativas logísticas para su funcionamiento. Asimismo, dispone de un Estado Mayor que la tarea es planificar y conducir las diferentes operaciones de ciberdefensa, y por supuesto dispone de 3 grupos: un grupo de defensa, un grupo de exploración y un grupo de respuesta. El grupo de defensa cumple ciberoperaciones defensivas, pasivas y activas, con las tareas de detección de actividades maliciosas, prevención y mitigación de los efectos causados por ataques cibernéticos, así como análisis de vulnerabilidades de los sistemas TICs propios de Fuerzas Armadas y la gestión de incidentes y recuperación de ciberataques. El CECIR de Fuerzas Armadas, que está acá en el COCIBER, depende de este grupo de defensa. Mientras que el grupo de exploración cumple ciberoperaciones de exploración pasivas y activas con la tarea pues de producir ciberinteligencia, es decir, entregar todo lo que tiene que ver con inteligencia cibernética al sistema de inteligencia militar para que ellos a su vez produzcan inteligencia para la planificación y conducción de las operaciones militares tradicionales, así como las ciberoperaciones, y a su vez, pues, elevar ya a un nivel estratégico posiblemente alertas para los tomadores de decisiones. Mientras que el grupo de respuesta cumple ciberoperaciones de respuesta y ofensivas. Obviamente las ofensivas las cumpliría el contexto del conflicto armado y con orden. Las tareas que tiene es responder ante ataques cibernéticos al sector defensa, así como atacar la infraestructura crítica digital de enemigos para generar efectos deseados para el comandante. Algunos logros del Comando de Ciberdefensa, como ya se había indicado, hemos participado en pocos ejercicios internacionales. En el 2018 participamos en la segunda Ciberolimpiada Militar de las Américas desarrolladas en Colombia, donde obtuvimos un tercer lugar. Y recientemente, entre el 20 y 22 de octubre de este año, participamos en el cuarto ejercicio técnico cibernético del Foro Iberoamericano de Ciberdefensa, de igual manera en Bogotá, Colombia, donde dentro de todos los países participantes obtuvimos el segundo lugar. Pero más importante del sitio donde uno se ubique, como se había comentado, es el poder fortalecer esos lazos de cooperación, de confianza entre los países miembros, de organismos internacionales y sobre todo, digamos, nosotros alimentarnos de esas habilidades, destrezas, técnicas, tácticas y procedimientos en el ciberespacio que sirven para la protección de la infraestructura crítica y servicios esenciales de los estados. Dentro de los canales de cooperación, la ciberdefensa, vemos que nosotros cooperamos ya más estrechamente con varias disciplinas: inteligencia militar, proveyéndole de los insumos que ellos necesitan, de operaciones de la información, de TICs, de operaciones militares. Dentro del sistema de inteligencia, como les indicaba, pues proveyendo pues de insumos que ellos necesitan. De la misma manera, dentro de las operaciones de la información, apoyamos entregando todos los insumos a un centro de manejo de la información conjunta que sirve para combatir campañas de noticias falsas y desinformación que afectan a la imagen de Fuerzas Armadas o del Estado. Esto nos ha permitido, pues, mantenernos como la institución de mayor credibilidad en el Estado ecuatoriano. Por ejemplo, en el 2020 mantuvimos una credibilidad y confianza del 77.5%.
Do sistema de ciberdefesa. Thank you very much. We lost Hisorio. Now to conclude the morning presentations, we'll have Admiral Michelle Ryan, who is the commander of Knights of the Coast Guard Cyber Command. He's going to address partnership and how the Coast Guard cooperates with other agencies
Admiral, you have the floor.
Good morning. Could I just get a quick audio visual check? Good communications? You sure? It's my pleasure to be here with you this morning. On behalf of the United States Coast Guard Commandant, Admiral Carl Schultz, and the Commander of United States Cyber Command, General Paul Nakasone, it's a real privilege to join nations of like minds to talk about an important national security and economic security threat that we all face. As most of you can appreciate, cybersecurity threats are one of the most pressing international threats that we collectively face since World War II. And in our current age of strategic competition, cyber activity below and near the threshold of armed conflict has never been more relevant to our nations. We must defend and be prepared to act in cyberspace, just like we do within the other physical domains. In the cyber arena, unlike the physical domains, the notion of time and speed and distance work against us. Threats materialize faster and with more consequence, and potentially with less warning. We must continue to evolve and mature our capabilities so that we're prepared to deal with threats that come from nation states, malicious criminal actors, or cyber hackers that seek to undermine the integrity of our nations and hinder the benefits to our citizens. Cyberspace will require and demand strong partnerships across our collective nations. It's so vital that we continue to collaborate and cooperate and strengthen our partnerships. It's why forums like today, bringing the Inter-American Defense Board nations and stakeholders together to have meaningful dialogue and to compare perspectives and to ensure that we're agreeing to really leverage our collective resources, to partner to thwart our collective adversaries. We must train more together. We must have better intelligence and information sharing. We need to continue to hold our adversaries at bay by having strong defenses and operating at the speed of urgency that cyberspace demands. As you can see on the slide in front of you, the order of battle starts with being able to defend your own cyber environment, whether that's on the networks of your military, the systems of your government, or the internet capabilities used by your citizens. That entire attack surface is important and vital and must be defended with vigilance. We need to ensure that when our nation and our forces need the capabilities to really execute their missions, that those foundations are available. We must continue to get better at defending our cyber environments, looking at our boundaries and the technologies that we use, and ensuring that cybersecurity is developed as those capabilities are engineered. Many of our systems in service, our weapon systems, our information technology, they were developed at a different time. under different rules of engagement and threats. We must continue to evolve and mature them, to harden our defenses, and how we can collectively leverage industry and our shared military systems will advance our collective objectives. We all need to look inward and ensure that we're protecting our vital resources. As you look on the left-hand side of the slide, it really talks about the forces needed to defend our own environment and how we maneuver our forces, the tactics that we use. We can share those lessons. We can compare notes on how we operate in cyberspace. The United States Coast Guard and other U.S. military forces have a number of outreach efforts to stimulate that interaction among the Inter-American Defense Board nations and other like-minded countries. Leverage those partnerships that already exist. Ensure that we're understanding where the threats are and how we can best defend against them. From the United States perspective, our military doctrine calls for us to defend forward, to be able to project our forces in collaboration with other nations, to hunt for our adversaries, to understand better their tactics, to determine where they may have compromised our collective defenses, and having that persistent engagement so that we are prepared, we are informed, so that we can focus our intelligence resources. Many of you see that materialize in your interactions with the United States Southern Command and leverage some of their resources like their Joint COCOM Cyber Advisory Team, of which the United States Coast Guard Cyber Command has had a chance to support, and being able to engage with your forces and collectively help us to strengthen our defenses. Cyberspace requires a focus and requires a team mentality. We need to partner. We need to ensure that we are mounting our best defense so that when it's time to turn to offense, we have great foundations to operate from. We must ensure that we have the resilience of our own forces, that we get a better talent across our personnel and our operational community. We need to grow better skills and be more nimble and agile so that we can take those response actions where and when our nations need us. Defensively, we use our cyber protection teams to monitor for adversary intent and for adversary presence. And then we use our offensive capabilities to be able to impose costs against those that cause pain to our nations, that thwart our way of life, that undermine the will of our people. You can see the missions and the actions and the forces. We use the same approaches that we do on the physical battlefield in cyberspace. We man and train and equip with purpose. But it all comes down to the collective resources that we can put towards this fight. If we can go to the next slide, please. For the United States Coast Guard and our Coast Guard Cyber Command, we really focus on, again, protecting our own systems and network, that infrastructure that allows us to operate. We're mindful of the fact that we have to protect our critical resources and our critical infrastructure We want to make sure that we use both prevention schemes and then the ability to respond when we have issues and incidents. You can see, even on that defensive interaction, that partner nation engagement, the ability to harden our own defenses, to assess the viability of our systems, to hunt and clear adversary presence when detected. For the United States Coast Guard, much of that focus relies on our maritime transportation system, the global maritime commons, the ability to project military power globally where needed, the ability to sustain our economic vitality by bringing and shipping goods, importing and exporting, really using our cyber protection teams to maximum benefit. We want to make sure that we can continue to hold to account those that undercut our way of life, to be able to project our offensive abilities in partnership across the United States military, and supporting our combatant commanders in leveraging the bilateral agreements that we have in place with many of your countries, currently used for our collective interest in search and rescue, or in combating illegal narcotics flows, or in thwarting illegal fishing that disrupts our vital resources and infrastructure for our citizens. Perhaps we need to continue to build cybersecurity into those agreements to define how we're going to collaborate and operate, to ensure that we have the collective benefit of all of our forces to be able to achieve our common objectives. Defending forward, persistently engaging, and ensuring that we can help one another when we need it in the physical domains, along within cyberspace. Thank you so much for the opportunity to connect this morning. I look forward to future opportunities to engage with other nations' cyber defensive commands and how you're tackling some of the same problems. So I look forward to a chance to answer some of your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Admiral. Now I offer the floor to Colonel Araújo, who is going to conduct the Q&A. Now we'll move to the questions for the panelists of panel 2B. Due to time restraints, I reiterate that the panelists should only respond in 2 minutes. The first question was actually by General Fuentes from the Inter-American Defense Board, and it is addressed to General Villa Vargas from Mexico. From the standpoint of collective cooperation to respond to cyber attacks, to attack to the states, is there any Mexican initiative, or could Mexico offer anything that the IADB could help and aid Mexico to contribute to a safe and secure environment in the hemisphere?
Thank you so much for that question. I believe so, yes, of course. The Inter-American Defense Board is exactly looking for that type of cooperation. And as we're participating in the Ibero-American Cyber Defense Forum, in that I think we can share our own capacities, our own skills in developing and putting into service putting into service what we have to offer to the Inter-American Defense Board. We're committed to collaboration with everybody. And as I said, in the different areas in which we are sharing information, if we're not doing that across the board in cooperation, it's going to be a lot more difficult given the resources we are investing in human resources as well as technology. You know, we're going to be potentially duplicating our efforts. And so what we can offer up is collaboration with the Inter-American Defense Board and make ourselves available for workshops as other countries have led. We can join in with the Inter-American Defense Board and the represented countries to have basic to intermediate courses offered up.
Thank you. The next question comes from the Dominican Republic, and it's actually addressed to General Solano Ceballos of Ecuador. In the changes that we are seeing taking place in the societies, what is the greatest challenge pertaining to coordination on cyber defense for Latin American countries? In your opinion, what are these challenges?
The interpreter apologizes. The speaker's audio is deficient, but the interpreter will move forward. As we can support information around security, cyber defense. We have seen like MISP, free use information. Our team can share such resources with international organizations. And in the Ibero-American Cyber Defense Forum, we have made those resources available. And we've been able to participate in exercises. Again, the interpreter regrets that the audio from the current speaker is deficient for proper interpretation. Please bear with. There is no magical solution. We have to take lessons learned and good practices, best practices that is, from international organizations and take a look at the legal and normative frameworks and the policies from each state. Those could be some alternatives and cooperation and capacity building in defense issues within states and across the region, across the Americas. That would be my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Last question for this panel was actually from Admiral Rabello to Admiral Michael Ryan, U.S. How do you assess the impact on the standpoint of cyber defense of the technological evolution pertaining to the maritime sector, especially the assisted, the non-manned navigation, and what impact on the International Maritime Organization and the Ports Authority Organization?
Thank you so much for that question. That is an area where we definitely need to pay more attention. You know, we understand that there's a lot of dated technology, older systems that reside on our vessels, that operate in our port communities, that have not been refreshed with the latest technology that could be applied. And that will take a lot of money and a lot of time. But what we need to be able to do is understand, where do those systems to connect? How important to our critical infrastructure are they? Understanding the risk environment is the first part of that process. And then working to mitigate the known vulnerabilities or to close some of those technological gaps. And then holistically, if we can integrate new standards so that manufacturers and companies, as they're building new capabilities, that they can design better functions, better systems. We can partner to raise expectations across the maritime global commons so that as vessels are arriving on our shores, we have better assurance that they will not jeopardize our waterway security, that they won't suffer a marine casualty due to a cyber incident that then disrupts critical commerce and flows within our waterfront communities. So we, from a Coast Guard Cyber Command perspective, we spend much time talking with our commercial partners, helping them to look at their own cyber environments and take steps and make investments that can improve. Likewise, working with organizations like the International Maritime Organization to set those standards of care, to ensure that we have a better world environment that is less hospitable to criminal or nation state cyber activity. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your answer. And I thank all the speakers for their collaboration. Now in Washington, D.C., it's 12:25. We will break until 12:50. 12:50 Washington, D.C. time for presentations of the afternoon, third and fourth panels, the Inter-American Defense Board, fostering and promoting confidence and building measures and hemispheric security. Break until 12:50. Okay.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Let's continue with our cyber defense conference promoted by the Inter-American Defense Board. At this time, I'd like to give the floor to Dr. João Carneiro, who is the manager of the DD Global, who will be the moderator for the two panels in the afternoon. Please proceed. Good. Thank you, Coronel Araújo. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As a retired colonel and former teacher at the Inter-American Development College, it's an honor and a privilege to be able to be a moderator in this conference. The exchange of information and lessons learned in cyber defense will certainly contribute for that institutionals that are participating will be strengthened by their participation. The cooperation among countries and coordination of actions in this area is essential. I will be the moderator for the two panels in the afternoon. The third panel will be about experiences and lessons learned, and the fourth will be cooperation in dissemination of information and programs, is also practical, will complete the panels of the day. Having said that, let's begin with the next presentations. Now I'll give the floor to the first speaker, Colonel Pablo Camps, who is the commander of the Cyber Defense Unit of the Uruguayan Army, and he will talk on cooperation to confront cyber special threats, experience from the Uruguayan Army, and lessons learned. I will remind you that each speaker will have 15 minutes to make their presentation, and at the end of each panel, the speakers will answer questions. Please, Colonel Pablo Campos, you have the floor.
Thank you, Colonel. My regards to all members of the Inter-American Defense Board, and I would like to also greet all of the different speakers and members of the different countries that are participating in this very important meeting. As Dr. Carneiro well mentioned, I would be delivering a presentation on the experiences that the Uruguayan Army and our lessons learned in terms of the cooperation while facing cyberspace threats. Our agenda, first off, is going to start by sharing the context of our country, explaining why we should be concerned with cyberspace defense for our nations. And the second part would be lessons learned and cooperation in terms of cyberspace. So to begin with the presentation and looking at the context of Uruguay and cyberspace defense, I would like to mention that for over a decade in our country, we began working through an agency for electronic government and knowledge management called HECIT. We began working on several initiatives to have an effective use of new technologies and looking at the new possibilities and services that were to be rendered in our country in this field. Initiatives like digital paperwork and a unique medical file for patients. So the law that addresses this cybersecurity issues in our country and that has made it possible for these digital services to have the proper support to ensure that these services are credible and reliable for each and every one of our citizens. The principle of digital governments are published every 5 years through what we call the digital agenda, and that agenda is updated every 5 years. So as part of the principles for governance, we have the inclusive digital society and other principles. And in the same document, we see that there are several objectives that must be met during this quinquennial. So there are different goals. One is to adopt the cybersecurity framework, especially in terms of critical networks that are critical for the country. Also, to increase our work in cybersecurity and training in terms of cybersecurity. And finally, to improve the efficiency in terms of how we detect cybersecurity incidents. So within this national framework, CERTUI has developed this network at the national level, which includes the creation of response teams that are sectorial. That is, they address different areas of interest in our country, like cyber crimes, cyber defense, academy, defense, and others. In our particular case for national defense, in 2015, we created the CSIRT team to manage all of the responses in terms of cyber security for defense. And of course, all of this falls under the umbrella of the Ministry of Defense. Also, as an addition to our legal framework, as every other country, we update our legal framework in order to make it more robust. So as an attempt to shape what can or cannot happen within this framework, we have our organic law 19775 from 2019, which gives us the framework for the defense of cyberspace. And also, when we look at the policy for national defense in Uruguay, which was sanctioned in 2020, as part of the directives of our policy for national defense from 2020 to 2025, we have this several initiatives to ensure a safe and reliable cyberspace. And we created a command for cyber defense, which is something that is very particular to us. We're in the process of creating this joint command for cyber defense based on this law. Now, from the Uruguayan army, as part of the armed forces, we started walking in this path. And as of March of 2020, we started training to develop the cyber defense capacities within the National Army. The mission was to ensure free and safe access to all the tactical networks and administrative networks within the National Army, and to lead all the military defense operations in cyberspace. There you can see on the chart the different layers of our different areas where we So we have cyber defense, cybersecurity, and training. So training of the staff to carry out the task related to cyber defense and cybersecurity. And also we see the different measures or policies that are cross-cutting across the different aspects.
So when it comes to the experience that we've had in the Army and our lessons learned, we've been able to divide it into two different areas of lessons learned: multilateral cooperation and some of the previous Army bilateral initiatives that have been carried out with the forces and navies of other countries. So the OAS, as its Inter-American Committee on Combating Terrorism, the CICTE, we have participated as well as beneficiaries of the work of the OAS in this area, in evaluations, capacity building, lining up policies. It's been very useful always for us in our work that we carry out. Likewise, under the CICTE, we have been able to participate in training and capacity building exercises. And as Alison Trevel mentioned, from 2018, we've been able to participate in the CSIRT Americas. Again, sharing information, talking about threats. Another area in which we have best practices or lessons learned when it comes to integration and collaboration of Uruguay on the international level has been the Ibero-American Cyberdefense Forum. We've learned from the different routes and paths that different states are going down their own initiatives, the particular threats that they encounter in cyberspace. And it's been a great forum for learning about specific cyber threats. It's a multilateral forum. And furthermore, I'm going to speak a bit about bilateral cooperation that we've had. Under this, we have had bilateral relationships and cooperation with Argentina and Brazil, our neighboring countries. We have a long history of cooperation as allies in capacity building training, as well as exercises and exchanges between army to army exercises with the Brazilian as well as Argentine armies. And again, same thing with Brazil, capacity building through training and exchanges. With the United States, we've had general and specific training, expert exchange in conferences, and using forums and conferences like this one to have exchanges with the United States. The state of Connecticut is a sister state to our country that has been really fed into our learning and our exchanges. And furthermore, what we've also had when it comes to bilateral cooperation is working alongside the Peruvian army. This is a between states bilateral cooperation online. The pandemic, as we know, completely changed how we did meetings, and so that was completely done virtually. With the little time that we have left, I'm going to go into lessons learned and divide them up into two different categories. First off, we have the necessity for coordination. I think everyone who's listening in hears about cooperation, coordination, but it really bears repeating that as a country, as countries, we need international coordination as well at the regional level. And really in this international regional area, we're participating in today's conference across the region. And we think is a bright future ahead down the path of international coordination. And then training. We really, when it comes to the human element in all this, we have got to have training for cyber defense. It's difficult to have those who are trained and experts in this area, but it's important to have capacity building as well as awareness building. There's a various number of cases in which we could that we could point to. In our state, we have really worked on forming delegates and representatives. Uruguay is participating today as a listener in the sense that there are many other members of our team listening in today. And obviously we need management to be built up in capacity. And I'm not going to speak anymore. With that, I close. At the end, I would definitely be available for questions and answers. But what are our final points? With the increase in digital services, we really need to take on and pay attention to cybersecurity. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed at an increasing level our citizens and institutions who have been victims of cyber attacks. And it's really shown some vulnerabilities that we have. The armed forces have a vital role in military defense in cyberspace. We continue to need cooperation, coordination, and exchange among our armed forces across the hemisphere, specifically on cybersecurity. So across our region, there's no doubt it has to be something across the hemisphere. And lastly here, when it comes to the Uruguayan army, we are updating our structure to truly line up better with the new laws in our country that relate specifically to cyberspace defense, as well as any international legal frameworks that we're party to. So with that, thank you so much for your time. I send greetings again from Uruguay. I'm happy to be a part of this panel, and I'm ready for the Q&A. So I give it back to Dr. Carneiro.
Thank you very much for your comments, for your presentation. Now we'll have Colonel Julio Morales, Commander for the Informatics and Technology Command of Guatemala, who will talk about lessons learned, legal basis, and reference for the cyber operations.
Good afternoon. Greetings from Guatemala. And thank you to our defense minister and to the representatives from Spain. We send our greetings. I hope you can hear me well and clearly and see my screen. Excellent. Thank you. Lessons learned, the legal basis around cybernetic defense. First off, we're going to start with context. A new law from the 10th of May in 2019, the Information and Technology Command was created. In December of the same year, there was the rules for the same command issued. Later, a ministerial agreement in August 2020 around the response center for cyber incidents by the Guatemalan Army. In August 2020, according to a Inter-American Defense Board document, Guatemala has been included in the cyber defense board here in the IADB. Later, we have the development of the legal framework, a robust legal framework that started off as potential legislation and came into law. So since they were not covered in Guatemalan law, there was a form of impunity around those who committed cyber crimes. And so there was a law that was promulgated to combat cyber crime. And the previous legislature, and sadly, as we see in the politicians, there wasn't anybody that was truly pushing forward that law. And without coming together and being on the same page, this process has not moved forward in establishing an actual law. A national security and cyber strategy operational law was proposed, and it was created underneath the framework of the National Strategy for Cybersecurity. That the Technical Council for National Security created this proposal, sent it to the National Security, Cybernetics National Security Committee, which has representatives from many different ministries, including intelligence, as well as other agencies across the Guatemalan government. And they need to come together and be on the same page in their own efforts. So as we all know, the most important element in all of this is collaboration and coordination, and so that we're all moving in the same direction without somebody saying this is something that belongs to one power or one agency of the government and not the other. This in Guatemala needs to be a national issue with a coming together on the same page in which we are all operating and this system is operating well. But up until this point, we have not seen the harmonization of different agencies in Guatemala, their efforts. They're not under the same flag, and that leads to resources not being used as well as they could be. As we've heard today, and from many at the Inter-American Defense Board, we need training at all levels, at the administrative, managerial level, as well as below. Directors and functionaries need to be trained. In the short term, they're not really concerned about getting training, but they we really see that the weakest link in all of this is not the managers or whatnot. It's the ultimate user of these systems and whatnot. So in that, there needs to be security measures developed and implemented. And we're always pushing for that every year. So we can be strengthened in our efforts, reduce weaknesses, and open up spaces where we can move forward. Because anything could really come up that causes us some trouble. Furthermore, when it comes to the organization of this entity, it needs to be scalable. The organization of our cyber defense unit is capable of growing according to the requirements mandated by the command. The interpreter regrets that there's some interference on the speaker's end. As you can imagine, there's a lot of demand, a lot of need for these services. So in terms of cyber defense, it has to be strengthened. It's critical to come down from the defense ministry. But in that, it has to be scalable across the organization. In the units need to be adequately defined their functions in the work that they're supposed to carry out. So we've seen and heard in many different occasions that the personnel is not so simple. As we see in other countries, we're not always able to have from the private sector the capacity building. We aren't always able to pay for such training, and so those that we are able to have, a lot of personnel walk out the door in the sense of they move on because there's lots of demand on the private side of things. The private sector really is taking this seriously and is strengthening itself, and in that is trying to protect their own information. So if our soldiers have the capacity as well as disciplined, if they are used to working under pressure, long shifts, they are very much in demand on the private sector, not just by organizations, but by the private sector. So we have a specialization in information technology. When they're young and they go into IT courses, those who are the most that advance the most are we really have a challenge there. That they're most in demand, but we want to have access to their capabilities. But applications for automatizing the processes is something we need. But how can we maintain this whole space completely safe? It is a real challenge. And as a conclusion, as you know, this is a country-cutting process. Every country out there is dealing with these issues. How the different sectors are benefiting and have demand for cybersecurity specialists. And so there's a need for institutional efforts at the state and private initiative where they have to come together and make sure that the gears are not only well lubricated, but are well oriented in the same direction for what we're trying to do. the private sector has to work alongside the public sector. They need to define well the intelligence information flow. As a state, we're not very used to having that kind of dynamic, but as the reality of today demands of us, we have to change, and we have to work very hard, extremely hard, to work alongside the private sector. And when it comes to cyber defense, it comes down to all of us. Defense should not be something thought of as just belonging to this party or this sector. No, it is defense across the whole country, applies to all citizens, and it's necessary to strengthen everything that we're doing in our efforts so we're more effective at the state level as well as on the private side. And so that applies to training as well as continuing to have that posture of continuing to learn, continuing to adapt, so our troops are well trained and we do not lose resources. So Dr. Carneiro, I turn it back over to you, and I'm here in Guatemala for at your service.
Muito obrigada. Thank you, Cornel Morales. We'll offer the floor now to our third panelist, Colonel Francisco Palomo, Commander of the Operations Forces on Cyberspace of the Joint Command on Cyberspace of Spain, who will present protection and defense of the cyberspace within the Ministry of Defense of Spain. Colonel Francisco Palomo, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you so much.
Obrigado.
I am trying to share my screen here. All right, let's go. Dr. Carneiro, thank you, first off, to be a part of this Inter-American Defense Board conference, to be able to, as Spain, have this space to participate in this very interesting conference across the high levels of different defense ministries. Here we will speak to the experience in Spain. I'm not going to speak to lessons learned, but rather lessons that we've identified. Because what we see, there are things that we see that we don't like, but because of internal issues or sometimes external issues, things have to change. So my talk today will go through the following: the different types of operations in the cyberspace, lessons that have been identified and problems, the experiences that we have had in 9 years that the command has been in existence here, since we opened our doors, as well as what have we focused on, what have we been working on. First, we'll talk in general terms, and then we'll speak about where we find the biggest issues. Of course, personnel, and then we'll have the final comments in summary. And I hope it's been a pleasure to be here today and learn more about what's going on, and I hope I can share something with you. So in terms of the operations, the different types of operations we've had in cyberspace, the taxonomy of the different operations we've had, you can see on screen. We can see that there is a passive element as well as those that are more active, those that are under our own systems, and those that come from adversarial systems. So where we are very much focused on the active area here, as you can see. So let's move on to our first identified lesson. So with the STIF operations, I wanted to speak before going into that, some issues that we've identified over time, things that we've had to overcome or things that we're still trying to overcome. Things that I see and issues we're still having particular troubles with is governance. So to share with you, we as a country, we have opened up big spaces, large spaces to focus on national security as well as cybersecurity. And we identify our adversary, and then in a short time we have to update and reset to identify the responsibilities that correspond to this or that entity. And this is really to avoid conflicts between different entities within the government whenever there is an attack, whenever there is a problem, cyber security issue that arises. In Spain, the Defense Ministry lacks a unified strategy around cybersecurity in the ministry. There are different parts that do have a cybersecurity strategy, but we have to really consider as a military operational domain, the cyberspace is that, and we have to be ready to fight. And as I mentioned previously, offensive operations internally, and defensive internal operations in cyber defense identify the enemy in the attack, but it's been a regular problem issue for countries, for our country, in terms of organizations, the Iber-American Cyber Defense Forum, the Inter-American Defense Board, has been areas in which we've really realized that these are forums in which we can share information and see what others' goals are and what we can bring to the table in these networks, define cyber defense, design internally the operational and technical strategies that we need, especially when it comes to cybersecurity on the civil side of things. One issue also that we have, that we're facing, and I can see from others, because it's not the only affecting us, is we lack authority. When there's when this is a new area, when there's lack of norms and rules, and as time goes on, as a ministry, there's different parts that resist what authority we may or may not have.
So can you see this? Can you see this? Can you see my presentation? Unfortunately, we continue to work on that. So now, going into the details of the system and the organization, experience tells us that sometimes we have the most obvious outcomes. We have a corporate network that covers pretty much all of the law enforcement agencies and that can help us respond against obvious attacks. But in addition to that, I think we need to identify other organizations, other agencies, other units. In this case, I would say maybe hospitals, ports, airports, or other bodies or organizations within the overall scheme that are not as obvious but that need defense because they are vital, not just for the armed forces but for the country as a whole. For instance, the military hospital, we have a hospital where not only do we cater to military members of the military, we have over 100,000 civilians that live around there and that do get medical services. So if there's an attack on the hospital, not only are we going to be affecting the armed forces, but the country as a whole. And here I'd like to highlight what Admiral Ryan mentioned, and that is that sometimes one of these organizations or bodies or agencies have equipment that is quite expensive and is difficult to replace. If I have, for instance, an X-ray system that is the cost is several millions, and I needed to learn how to operate the software for 5-7 years, perhaps I'm going to have to protect it as a legacy system for many years until that organization or institution has the funds to replace it for a newer one. Another important aspect, and I believe that it was very well said by the Deputy Secretary of Defense from Chile, Mr. De La Masa, is that sometimes the technical use that we would like to use, the technical use that we have for devices, when we need to focus more on the information and how to preserve it. So we need to go from an outdated concept of what's not necessary to a more modern concept. There are many attacks that are going to come our way, and we need to ensure that our systems will continue to deliver on their mission. It is important that we provide a defense that is done in depth, but not just having the same information brought from one device to the next. I think we need to make the most out of it. So with technology, any device that we use for protection and defense, I mean, if we have a device and we can only make use of 20% of it, then we're going to buy the next generation just to make sure that we're not lagging behind. I believe that it's important to, first off, identify what are the assets that are most relevant for the organization. And that is something that is not the task of cyber defense staff, but the staff of that organization in itself. They need to tell us what is vital for them so that they can continue to comply with their mission. I would say that we need to increase our protection if we need to select between security and selection, I think we need to first close the door to avoid anybody else from coming in. If we just put one guard there to make sure that nothing comes in the end, we're gonna pay a very high toll for that, because they will find a way to penetrate the deepest or the roots of our organizations. I'm sure that we all have different needs, but sometimes due to the lack of staff or due to the lack of funds, we're given whatever can be given to us and not necessarily what we need. So we need to see what is it that we need and see what type of staff do we need. Without the staff, we cannot comply with our mission. We need young staff but also staff that has experience. When we started, we had a double profile, like we had a military profile, but also a civilian profile, and that complemented each other. And we used to make sure that companies would not own all of our data entirely, so that if we needed to exploit that data for some reason, we could have access to it. We need to also remember that as a minimum, there should be a special service that is dedicated from the beginning to cyber defense. And there is one more thing that we need to accept, and this is something that I have addressed with several of you before, is that the staff will probably have a high turnover because they're having very good offers on the very good economic offers from the private sector. So we need to make the most out of the time that we have them with us. And based on that assumption, just keep a much more reduced or smaller group, which will be the one spearheading all of our operations. And finally, I guess I would like to bring up two very important aspects. As you can see, I left money for last. If we have well-trained staff, we can cover for the shortage that we might have in terms of funding, because there could be other solutions that are perhaps a bit more complicated to install, but could be used. For me, it is important that the cyber defense units have enough empowerment to respond and make sure, of course, that there is well-trained staff to provide that response. That's all on my end, and I'll give the floor now to Mr. Canedo. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you, Coronel Francisco Palanho. Thank you very much for your transparency and for being so open in your identified lessons that also generate knowledge. At this time, now we'll have questions, and I ask Coronel Araújo to conduct the questions. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will have the questions for the speakers in the third panel. Because of our time, I will ask the speakers to respond to the questions in two minutes.
The question is
for Coronel Pablo Campos.
Colonel Pablo Campos.
The question is for the War College of
Superior
Mexico.
School of War from Mexico.
In a cooperation
the
scenario,
in
do
the
you
region, do you
think
believe that
that as a region we should coordinate efforts to mitigate threats
espionage in cyberspace
from attacks from emerging countries?
from different people? Well, first off, I appreciate the question. It's difficult to answer this in 2 minutes, but I believe it is necessary. It is fundamental that as part of the framework for cooperation that we joint efforts. That is what will allow us to attain certain goals. We don't always have the necessary resources, and this is not going to help us save in terms of resources, but it will allow us to make better use of our resources or staff to choose tools that have already been put to the test. And that's why some neighboring countries can talk about, their experiences, their lessons learned, and they will help us to take on those threats, those challenges that are international challenges, and in the end, they're all the same. So coordinating effects, the answer is yes. It is the basis for mitigating that threat that is common to all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Colonel. Thank you all.
The
question
is for the War College from Venezuela, and it's from Coronel Julio Morales from Guatemala. In the framework of cybersecurity, which instruments are used for coordinating and sharing information in regional and sub-regional aspects?
Okay, I will start again. Thank you so much. Very interesting question. I do appreciate you asking that question. I believe that the tools that are traditional tools have already been defined, right? The ones that we use to integrate with one another and to have this type of coordination. Today we see new ones. For instance, the Ibero-American Forum on Cyber Defense, the integration of this Inter-American Defense Board, and I'm sure that the international community is working on some technical tools so that we can share cyber intelligence. And I believe all of these efforts are good. I believe that we need to be more, that we need to be doing more. And in this regard, I believe that trust is highly important so that we can establish these channels. If we don't, if we're only staying with these tools, perhaps we won't be able to take on greater challenges that we might face in the future. So traditional tools are created and there are new ones that are coming along. And I think that we need to do a little bit more to have that exchange, which needs to be done timely in order to fight or counter whatever comes our way. Thank you, Colonel. The question now is asked by the Florida International University. It is addressed to Colonel Palomo from Spain. Since you are setting up the fifth dimension for modern war, what are the means to ensure the safe access for civil society while being aware of the repercussions that they might have at the national, international, and regional levels. Well, the Joint Command for Cyberspace in Spain are responsible for the networks in the Cyber Defense Ministry. While it is true that we have others that could take care of the Ministry of Defense, of the ones for the Ministry of Defense, what I do believe is that in the beginning, what we could do, if we could collaborate with other defense bodies that we have in Spain, and that is what we've been doing through the National Security Department, that many times whenever we suffer an attack, they also suffer an attack. And there are some cases when they are not able to deliver on that because they're involved in other attacks or because of any other constraints. We do the same. That is, we try to work in coordination, even though our responsibility lies only with the security network for the ministry. But in the end, we're all being subject to attacks regardless. And so if they need any type of collaboration, we try to support them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Coronel Palomo. Thank you, everybody, for your contributions. And now I'll have the floor to Dr. João Carneiro. Thank you, Coronel Araújo.
Thank you.
Now let's continue with our conference. Now we'll have the presentation of our fourth and last panel regarding cooperation in the dissemination of information and programs. Each speaker will have 15 minutes for their presentation, and at the end, the speakers will be able to answer questions from the audience. Now I'll give the floor to the first speaker, Captain Javier Martinez, commander of the Joint Cyber Command from Colombia, and he'll talk about cooperation and diffusion of information and program dissemination. Please, Captain Martinez, you have the floor.
Greetings from our General Luis Fernando Armando Jimenez, who today is receiving a visit from Southcom. You see me wearing my uniform, and we are having the visit, we're hosting the visit for Ms. Laura Richardson, who was talking about the cooperation, dissemination of information and programs. I want to give you a snapshot of the importance of this cooperation and the dissemination of this cyber information in a space that is hyper-connected and becoming more and more uncertain and volatile each day. So what do we see here? What have we done from Colombia? We have a joint cyber command that has reached an important level within the region, and we have had important synergy. Initially, by trying to address the critical cyber infrastructure at the national level, and we've also engaged international actors that are also cooperating to achieve governance and a digital space that is more safe and pro-defense of cybersecurity. So we can see here on this chart the different stakeholders. We have Southcom, which is supporting us in different aspects. One is training, technology, and of course, the legal framework, which is the main effort to attain governance. we need to conduct cyber defense and have this actions that need to be delivered at the strategic level. So this is our first cooperation. That is a strategic partnership with U.S. Southern Command. So we are looking at safe communications in order to carry out safe and ongoing operations. Of course, all of this is influenced by the fourth industrial revolution, and there are important changes that are looking for cyberspaces and cyber systems. We have cyber objectives, and we know that there's a task for the dissemination of information. So we have a cooperation with the U.S. Southern Command. We also have cooperation with the Cyber Defense Forum. We have developed significant synergies with many of the members of this board to create not only doctrine, but also to generate the necessary capabilities to ensure that there is sustainability of this new cyberspace by training resources and developing people, etc. We're also thinking about the 13 different sectors that are entailed in this critical cyber space, and we are dealing with those that are leading those different cyber structures. Periodically, we are delivering information that is technical in nature, and also we have indicators to show our engagement. We're also working with private companies on the cyber coding, and that is to generate that chain or with the private sector. So we have cyber challenges, and in the end, we have certain figures for training like captive flag, and we measure our capacities and we compare ourselves with the private sector. So this new domain of war cannot leave aside the capacities of the private sector and the knowledge from the academia. We also developed a cyber PMO, and we define that as a center for joint command. And as I said, we're here working on the synergy that we have developed with the different sectors, and who are joining us in this joint command. We have the National Police, we have the military forces, all different forces. That means Navy, Air Force, and military. Also, we have worked with some very specific companies from the private sector, and we are working with the prosecutor's office to ensure that all of the judiciary needs are met as a result of these processes that could arise based on our activities. And these are all the different synergies that we have engaged in. And so if there is a group that is pretty strong and from the virtual space is acting in cyberspace, but also has a smaller group, we will have the necessary means to respond in order to ensure that our cyberspace and our daily activities continue to be safeguarded. On the other hand, there is a very significant progress, and this was something that required follow-up, and that is the sharing of information with the MIST, which is the information sharing platform, as I mentioned, as it was mentioned before. And the progress that we've made is that we have already implemented or articulated all three bodies or agencies of law enforcement. That is the military, the Navy, and the Air Force. So we're also now looking into critical infrastructure. Such is the case of Sunny and other companies that operate in different sectors. So that is what we have done with the MIST platform, and that is what we have done with in other countries to share the information. Can you see this? Can you see this slide? Can you hear me? Perfectly. Wonderful. So on the international context, we have contacted Mexico, Peru, and Argentina. We would like to have contact with Brazil, Chile, Uruguay, and I believe this type of tool allows us to share the information, but also allows us to be more than just a mere participant. I mean, here we see what are some of the things that could actually affect our systems. So here, this is an open source, open code type of work. There's very hard work that needs to be done in terms of being an analyst for MIST. And sometimes there is a belief that all you're going to get is junk data, but here what we are aiming for is good data as an input so that you can get good data as an output. So here we are we're saying, okay, so if we have critical infrastructure, that will apply to 3 strategic sectors maybe, but also towards the outer world. Now, Southcom, what is it that we have currently? We are working in general to determine what are the different gaps that we have and what are our functional areas based on the capacity or skills outline that we need to strengthen, and we need to have cooperation to get that organizational diagnosis and to see what is it that we need to strengthen in order to grow our capacity. That is something that we are working on. We also wanted to assess our capacity to potentialize it. There is a lot of expertise out there in the US, and we would like to do this with other countries and with our forums. And I remember that we brought in some experts in February, and now we have an exchange on cyber data or cyber information, and we try to do an assessment to see where we were in terms of that. And another thing is to make sure that this command can take that strategic leap to provide a better response. This is very important. Here we are sharing doctrine, knowledge. We're sharing
training focused specifically on cyber defense, cyber threats. We are looking at updates to our exchanges with different organizations and those working on technological enhancements. And within the framework of this forum, we're looking at cybersecurity specifically. It's an operational capacity building for our military forces. And we are looking to transmit the information that each thing that we're learning requires. This is one of the activities that we have rolled out. The implementation of the MESP platform between different countries. There's a lot of difficulties in when countries are not in agreement, but we are trying to get to some defined terms in these exchanges, and this is being facilitated through this platform that we have. In our PMU CBER, we have each of these goals that we have set out. And the interpreter apologizes, the volume of the speaker is very low. And what are we doing in terms of growing capacity? Well, we're in touch with experts, integrating information from each entity. And we have these different sites here in which we're working. Again, the interpreter regrets that the audio is very low from the speaker, and I believe the Inter-American Defense Board has its mic open. The interpreter will resume interpreting once the other microphone is closed and not affecting the speaker's audio. We're looking at how we can get ahead, get results. And as we are working cooperatively, we can't only be looking inwards and working inwards, but we also have to look to the civilians and how they are affected in this. From 2007 up until 2017, that is, till today, we've been working on several different plans and guidelines to direct our actions. There are 9 different sectoral plans as well as 4 operative plans. Again, the interpreter regrets that the audio is very low from Captain Javier Martinez.
Thank you, Captain Martinez. Now, I offer the floor to the second panelist of our panel, Lieutenant Sanchez of the Patrol Border Service of Panama. The topic is challenges in information technology and training programs. Ensign Sanchez, you have the floor.
The interpreter regrets that the audio is very low from this speaker. Until the audio situation improves at either the origin of the speaker or from the Inter-American Defense Board, the interpreter will not be able to interpret. Our agenda today includes the challenges around information exchange and cyber defense, our cyber command programming, training and capacity building within our country, and conclusions. When it comes to the information exchange challenges we're seeing three sources: community, internal, and commercial across the country. The current sources of intelligence within the community, internally in the country, and from commercial sources. And when the actions and attacks we've seen have been coordinated and directed by related organizations, criminal organizations. And in our country, sadly, these groups that are operating beyond the law, the legal groups, are affecting our systems. When country A is a victim of a certain attack, other countries can then learn from that and put in the preventative measures needed. And we also need, and under benefits, the information related to threats that can be exchanged between different communities. And we know that threats change, things change, and so it's good for information to be exchanged. When it comes to exchange challenges, there's the risk of information getting out, and we have to take into privacy considerations as well as typifying or classifying information according to the different attacks, the various attacks that we've experienced. Obviously, confidentiality is an issue, from it being priority all the way up to ultra top secret, that is. Cyber diplomacy is also a challenge we're seeing. Today, we have a world order, as well as at the regional level, that requires dialogue. So when we see an armed attack, there are rules of engagement that are in place for each country according to their own capacities and how to take on these different challenges. And we're going to really see an explosion in operations and people living out their lives online in cyberspace. And so in the exchange of information, there can be a poorly interpreted information. From a small place with a very few people, an attack can be launched. And with our allied countries and partners, we can exchange information and prevent potentially an attack with information exchanged beforehand. When it comes to our Cyber Command programming, we have the National Public Safety Ministry on the civil side, and it's in charge of protecting our country, whether it's the public side of things or the private sector. We have the National Police, the Border Control, and the National Air Force Service. Those are the different public side forces that are involved. With Cybercom in the United States, as well as other programs like in places like Peru and countries across the southern cone of South America, we work with them to form strategic perspectives for exchanging information as equals, in which we won't develop the same doctrine across the different countries, but we can learn from each other in the development of our own doctrines. And we can be involved in these different processes geared towards cyber defense. And we're working hard in all of this to expand our own capacities. With partner countries, we have external workshops and courses with the United States and Colombia, among others. Internally, we have our own cybersecurity courses under the umbrella of cyber defense. We have a specific course looking at communications and special operations in cybersecurity. And we also have the fundamentals of cybersecurity that all, whether civil servants or uniformed members of our military, they all have to take this course. And it's vital that everyone who go into that specific institute have the basic understanding of cyber defense. And to wrap up, the National Border Control Service has not really been vulnerable in terms of cyber threats. But we're always looking for human talent, human resources when it comes to this work. But our teams have worked and we haven't had those attacks. Information exchange has been fundamental for developing an assertive cyber defense strategy. Our country is very much looking at this, and we are consolidating our efforts in this. It's also important to note that we have to increase the programming that we have around training to ensure that our human capital has the technical professional development they need. And that helps protect our critical infrastructure, which is definitely a part of this issue. And we truly do see the work that has been carried out and the benefits that it has brought about. That's all I have for today. And thank you so much for honoring me with this time. And it's been a pleasure to show where we are in our country when it comes to cyber security and cyber threats. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Subteniente Ricardo Sanchez. So to conclude our panel, the fourth panel of today, I would like to offer the floor to Colonel Daniel Maya, who is the advisor on cyber defense of the Inter-American Defense Board, who is going to tackle operations of cyber defense and the cyber defense program of the IADB. Lieutenant Colonel Maya, you have the floor, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Meyer. I'm the advisor on cyber defense at the Inter-American Defense Board. I thank you, thank the leadership of the board. I also thank all the representatives of the delegations of the member countries that are physically here at the headquarters. And I also thank the participation of the different speakers, both in the morning and in the afternoon, who offered us excellent presentations. I also thank the public that actually is attending via Zoom, over 600 right now, and those who are following us on YouTube for the first time. The Inter-American Defense Board is launching the conference in 3 different media with 4 languages, the official languages: Spanish, English, and French and Portuguese. The objective of my presentation is, we lost his audio, is to present the cyber defense program of the IADB. And for that purpose, I will follow what you see on the screen. I'm going to tell you what is the Inter-American Defense Board, its role, and what the IADB is actually carrying out regarding cyber defense. The IADB was created in 1942 during the World War II period, and the idea was to actually provide advisory services to the hemisphere. According to its history, we noticed that in 1948 the OAS was created. In 1962, the Inter-American Defense College was established. In 2003, the Special Conference on Security of the OAS took place in Mexico and brought a different definition of security, multidimensional in nature, including different threats. In 2006, the IADB became a formal entity of the OAS. And next year, 2022, the IADB will celebrate 80 years of existence, consolidating itself as the oldest defense organization in the world. Since 2006, the IADB has a mission, which is to provide the OAS and its member states technical advisory service, as well as educational and training pertaining to military and defense subject matters. The maximum instance of the board is the Council of Delegates, and the IADB is composed of 3 organs: the Inter-American Defense College, the presidency or the chairmanship of the Council of Delegates, and the Secretariat. The IADB has 29 member countries and 8 observer countries. Any member country of the OAS can become full member of the IADB. The IADB is a singular institution with great potential to contribute to defense and hemispheric security. Its member countries send specialized military personnel to work both at Casa del Soldado as at the college. And the participation of the delegations at the board happens on an equal basis. The IADB becomes the oldest defense organization in the world because it's always reinventing itself, always adapting in accordance to the demands of the countries through the delegates, the accredited delegates. The Declaration of Security of the Americas classify the attacks to security as cyber warfare's new threat. Since then, we've been following up, and we heard from our speakers that those attacks have been increasing and diversifying. Hence, the IADB had to reinvent itself once more. The cyber defense, which was actually addressed as one more threat on the list of threats, from 2021 on, it became a new section, the section of cyber defense at the IADB. Cyber defense is actually a specialization of cybersecurity. With regard to the first one, which is a broader one, and it engages in actions like integrity, confidentiality, availability, etc., pertaining to the filed data. Cyber defense specializes in actions that happen in the national context and or international, and it's integrated, and it aims to protect all the important information pertaining to national defense. Cyber defense, this term, should not be addressed just by one or the other organ. It's actually a cross-cutting term, which actually characterizes it as a function of the state. Hence, cooperation is a fundamental attitude to actually make enable the materialization of the cyber capabilities of the different countries. So the board, along with the Inter-American Foundation, carried out a pilot program with the financial support of the government of Canada, which actually allowed for the training of over 650 students of 6 different member countries of the board. Within this context, the IADB had actually promoted many debates on cyber defense. The first conference of cyber defense of the Western Hemisphere took place in Colombia in May 2019. The defense conference, the defense and security, cybersecurity conference that was held by the college, the Inter-American Defense College, and the second conference on cyber defense of the Western Hemisphere took place in Lima in 2020, and this current conference in 2021. The cyber defense program of the Inter-American Defense Board is consolidated on 3 pillars: the contact network, the training, and capacity building. I'm going to address each of them. With the hemispheric network of contacts, the IADB aims to contribute to this topic. That's why we invited several command centers on cyber defense, such as think tanks that actually address this topic, to be part of our contact network. The hemispheric network enables the dissemination of programs, activities, and campaigns, allows for exchange of information, and will be used as a base for the National Cyber Observatory in the future. On training, the IADB aims to provide technical knowledge to leaders and others and experts with sponsored programs such as the one we had with the support of Canada, or when we identify the need of a certain member country and another country offers the training. So the board acts as a bridge and invites all the member countries to participate of this initiative, and it can become the basis of a multinational school on cyber defense.
Because to work for the ones we already know is very important. What we wish in the end is to establish a hemispheric network with the greatest number of trained people on the topic to improve the skills and capacity to respond to cyber incidents in the America. Thank you very much, and I am available for any questions. Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Meyer. Now, continue with our activities. I'll ask Colonel Araújo to conduct the questions and answer. Thank you, Dr. Carneiro. Now we will have the questions for all participants, and I ask all of you to answer the questions in 2 minutes. The first question was asked by the Armed Forces University in Ecuador to Captain Javier Martinez of Colombia. Which recommendations can you offer us for us to have concrete cooperation and successful and also to exchange relevant information in cyber security and cyber defense? Captain Javier Martinez. Now I'll ask the next question. The next question is for Lieutenant Ricardo Sanchez and is being asked by the Brazilian Army. What are the fails and questions asked with regard to cybersecurity operations?
Can the interpreter repeat the question?
Yes. Okay. What are the and lessons learned in cybersecurity activities? What are the weak points and lessons learned by Panama in the cybersecurity activities?
Good afternoon. The weakest points, without a doubt, have to do with the IT challenges that we found on layer 8. That is that there is the ones that are susceptible to phishing or any others. That's why it is vital that we train our staff regardless of the work that they're doing so that they're not affected by any of these cyber threats that are coming from cyber criminals. As part of our practice, we have 3 points. 1, we have automated defense systems or firewalls. 2, we have our human talent. We have constant monitoring of our network. And thirdly, whenever we see that there is an anomaly, we migrate the information that we have in our online server, we migrate that data to a backup server so that the first server is completely out, and that's why they have not been able to extract any type of information from our server.
Thank you very much. Now I will ask the question to Javier Martinez. The question was asked by the War College of Ecuador. What recommendations can you offer so that we can have a real and concrete cooperation and also successful cooperation for information sharing in cybersecurity and cyber defense?
Thank you very much. That's a very good question. with a very good answer. There is a triangle that we call the triangle for communication and trust. It is for the need, it shows the need to have that synergy, not just internally, but also with private sectors and international organizations. But in order to have that cooperation, we need to have a plan with a goal and milestones that are attainable so that we can be objective and so that we can comply with the cooperation and what has been promised from all parties as part of this cyber defense efforts. Cyber defense, cyberspace is the only space where we really need to think about the cooperation and the interaction between all parties. We need to have that interaction between the private sector, armed forces, and academia. We need to leverage on that synergy for work, on that different, on the plans that we have and attainable goals in order to become effective in information sharing and cooperation.
Thank you, Captain Javier Martinez. The last question was asked by the Staff War College from Brazil and is for Lieutenant Maya of the board. How can the board intend to carry out the activities within the cyber defense program of the IADB? Good afternoon. The Inter-American Defense Board, as with all other decisions, are made politically by the Council of Delegates. So once again, the countries that the board invite to participate in our initiatives is always done by the council through the Council of Delegates, so that we can contribute to achieving our goals. That is defending the the Americas, and we have our initiatives. We invite the commands of cyber defense, schools that deal with the topic, and think tanks, so that they can join us and participate through their delegates that are accredited at the board, so that we can carry out our initiatives. Thank you. Thank you very much, Colonel Maya. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting to the end of our conference. Thank you very much. You were incredible in your presentations. And now we'll have the final words from the moderators. First of all, Colonel Gustavo from panels 1 and 2. Good afternoon, everyone. Before anything else, I'd like to thank the board, the leadership, and the invitation and the opportunity to join you on this cyber conversation with such a unique experience as we have with the countries from our hemisphere, sharing information, updating information, and it's incredible opportunity. I'd like to thank all the panelists, all speakers, for how pertinent their presentation and the information provided, all the interpreters who were able to share our information, and all those who came and attended. And thank you. Thank you, Colonel Gustavo, for your presentation. Now, Dr. João Carneiro for the final words. Thank you, Coronel Araújo. It's really a pleasure to that you remembered me, since I was the cyber defense teacher, professor at the college, and it's important to see Colonel Maya as an advisor at the board. That is a position that did not happen, and I would usually fill in when people ask. So I would only like to say a few words. First of all, it was very important for you to participate in the Ibero-American Cyber Forum. This is very important, and it joins the efforts of all the around the hemisphere towards raising awareness and improving the cyber ecosystem. And it's very important that to have training courses, technical courses for countries who are organizing the cyber sectors. This is very much needed, and it helps a lot the countries, the role that the board plays in that area and this initiative. And third, the long-term goal to have multinational cyber exercises as Lockheed Shields from NATO. If we are able to have cooperation to allow us to have this type of exercise in the future, we'll be able to advance. And these ideas that were presented in having a cyber defense program of the IADB is very important, and I would like to congratulate the board for these ideas. Finally, I'd like to thank everyone, the organizers. Were very careful in coordinating all the details, and our interpreters that work really hard. And as a professor from the college, I could see how hard they work. And thank you and congratulations to all participants to bring the small details from their organization. I like the discussions that were identified, Colonel Francisco, and lessons that were identified and lessons learned so that we can learn with all of that. Thank you very much. We are always available, and congratulations for organizing such a nice event. Thank you, Dr. João Carneiro, for your participation. Ladies and gentlemen, now General Porfírio, Director General of the board, who will officially conclude the event.
No doubt this has been a very demanding morning and afternoon, and very enriching for all of us in terms of the knowledge that we now have at the personal level, but also that adds to our institutional experience in terms of cyber defense and cyber security. Your Excellency, Rear Admiral Christian Riquelme from Chile, Madam Alison Treppel, the Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Committee Against Terrorism from OAS, Rear Admiral Jesus Arellano Rodarte, Executive Secretary from the Cyber Defense Inter-American Forum, all representatives from Ecuador, Spain, the US, Uruguay, Ecuador, and from the Panamanian National Border Control Services, members of the Inter-American Defense Board that joined us, and all attendees for the Inter-American Defense Board in its role to protect the states, civil organizations, and private organizations. We organized this conference to understand what are the capacities that we all have in terms of cooperation for cybersecurity and cyber defense, to understand what are the resources that we can capitalize on in this hemisphere to protect our continent or hemisphere as a whole. For the board, it has been a true challenge to put together this excellent panel of speakers. But after listening to their excellent presentations, we now realize that we have even a greater challenge ahead of us. And that challenge is, how do we consolidate all of the capabilities and all the tools that are available to us to stop cybercrime, which is a threat to all states, in collaboration. Because now we know that we are certain, once again, that collaboration is the best way to respond to these international threats. The Inter-American Defense Board will continue working on this, and this is not the end. We will continue to capitalize on all the different resources that we have identified in different states to fight all the risks that are posed in terms of cybersecurity and cyber threats. Before we do our closing, I would like to thank especially each of our different speakers for accepting our invitation and for providing us with sharing with us their knowledge, their time, and their expertise in the different areas and about the different countries, and in bringing this event to a closing, which we were able to render virtually via Zoom, and which allowed us to bring together thousands of people from different countries. I would also like to express my appreciation for Rear Admiral Alexander Ravello for his wonderful opening remarks and for all of his efforts in putting together this conference. I would also like to show my appreciation to the moderators for moderating this conference. So it's 14:45, 100 hours in Washington, D.C. On November 17th of 2021, I now proclaim this conference on cyber defense organized by the IAD formally closed. Thank you all for your participation.
Recording stopped.